the 24th of February, 2006. My, and that doesn't time fly when you're having fun. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. The purpose is exactly that. I trade live here on Bookmap with a live funded futures account with AMP. And I trade live daily whenever a structured trade presents itself that I've all pre-vetted or, pre-identified with statistics to have an edge. I don't randomly trade for the hell of it or discretionary or whatever. But I'm not licensed to provide, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice, right? This is my trading journal. Now, everything that I see on my screens is captured in the video, and the only way I get what I'm thinking about a trade or trading or at the moment into the recording of the stream is my narration here. So I do narrate every trade that I take in detail. Because that's the point, right? It's my journal, my trading journal. So there you have it. I'm not monetized in any way by YouTube. So, likes and subs is really appreciated, and contribute to the chat. Where are you? This is good. This is stupid. What am I doing? Whatever it is, This is not intended to be a my way or the highway deal. This is me doing what I'm doing now to do with trading, approaching trading as a statistical business to achieve consistent profitability. And, it's my business to support me, my family, whatever. So there you go. All right. I'm sure I don't script this, so probably I should, but yeah. It is what it is. Again, it's my journal. So looks like it's trickling down the hill all right, so that's a good thing. I have a very small lag, so apparently, in YouTube this morning. No real numbers out or on the docket for the day. The news sources that I use are Financial Juice here and investing.com here. I have always, investing.com is my older go-to news source, and I appreciate the layout and the display here. They've kind of made some changes to it in the last, month or so that I'm not real pleased about. It seems to be a lot bigger, and these ads seem to be a lot more obtrusive. The reason I leave the ads on and leave it free is so that it is a resource anybody that comes by the stream or that would like to can use as a resource for themselves without having to pay for it. In other words, accessible to everybody. You can filter this to wherever you live, time zone, reports you're interested in, so that's not a problem. The reason, another reason that I like investing.com, they only deal with economic calendar, traditional numbers that we as traders would expect. Non-farm payroll, PMI, new housing starts, that kind of thing. And if you notice that any of these event titles here turn into a URL when you scroll over them with your mouse, so that you can, if you want to know what CB consumer confidence is, you can click that button and go there and check that out and see how many times it's been, what it has been released, how it has been released, the chart involving it, etc. in the past. Also, they do earnings in depth, and we are in earnings season. There are the earnings out for just today. Just today. Yeah, it's, obviously ridiculous list. You can't post it anywhere, but what's going on here? So the thing about this, what in the hell? I don't know. Oh, I do know what it's doing. It's all busy with the mouse. Okay. Tomorrow, by the way, is NVIDIA. So that'll be the last of the Mag 7s. to report in this season. So the other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and it's a similar idea. You can filter it for whatever you'd like. You can't click on anything and open, reports or whatever else. I'm not sure what this little chart-looking thing over here is. If you click on that, nothing happens. I'm assuming it's a function that you have to pay for, because this is also free, as you'll see that it's delayed and blah, blah, blah. The reason I keep Financial Juice up, let me continue. This is kind of the calendar docket, and this is more of an up-to-date or up-to-the-minute, not up to the minute, but a more recent Squawk Box kind of a function over here on the right. Financial Juice does something that Investing.com does not. They don't just report financial numbers. For example, Trump's executive time. This just came into this docket 10 minutes ago at about 7:55. Okay, whatever the hell that is, I don't know. But they put it in there, and they bring these kind of random things in down here. Here's another one. 11:30. Trump speaks. Okay, that's really important in this current environment, because there's no political comment, but I hope you realize, if you've been trading at all in the last, year, that anytime these kind of events happen, there's a real increased possibility of risk to our auction. So it's really important for me to know these things, and I really appreciate that. There you go for numbers. Let's get on to the pre-market now and get past all of that noise. Well, yesterday's RTH, today's ETH. Pretty much balanced. Look at that profile. There's our open, and we're just about even Steven across the board as far as inventory goes, I would suggest. So I would sort of be expecting an open auction. That's kind of normal, I think, to expect that. This is the MES, MNQ, the ES, and the MES, and this is my higher time frame chart. I also plot all the same configuration for the minis. But I'm trading the ES at the moment, and I'll explain all about that later. But so that's why we're focusing over here. Now, one thing about IRT, which is what this package is, you'll notice that in any of the, get out of here, in any of the chart headings that I have up, if you see the chart header, you can easily see the name of the chart, which is meaningless to anyone but me, the instrument, the periodicity, chart type, of course, and the session. So this is a 12-tick Renko, MES, and there you are. Same way with the NQ. And then this is my higher time frame, or my micro composite chart. And one word about the market profile up here. I don't switch it between micros and minis. This is always just the mini. I don't see the need. Okay. Back to the micro composite. Now, this is the higher time frame chart, pretty important to me. First of all, yesterday, you see this little white nub down here? That's where we're trading currently. Same way with up here. There's yesterday's RTH session, nice big V-shaped pattern, which according to market profile is long liquidation. And here we are trading right down here at the bottom of this liquidation period or zone. So this is a very simple chart. Just as I said with the headers, it's the MES. It's 1 day candlesticks, and it's the day session, 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. All the times that I referred to, that you see on my charts, whatever, are Central Standard Time. And let me point out that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can look down here at the bottom of any of my charts, see all the programs that may or may not be open and running, the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. And that better tie up over here to Bookmap and to over here, I'm sorry, and that better tie up to Bookmap and IRT or somebody. If people don't do that are streaming, they're trying to trick you. Simple as that. Now, so back to the micro composite. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile or continue it around those bars, those days. And that generates a micro composite volume point of control, which is this yellow boy right here. High and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines, just all they do is mark the high and the low of this market volume profile. That's all. Now, these red and green lines, the values for them push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices push automatically to Bookmap. Let's look at then, what do you think? Bookmap, eh? So here's Bookmap. Now let me just type one thing else. I want to see something here quickly. Hold on. I gotta type something. Bookmap. Now, you notice this blue vertical line here, and that's a real top secret proprietary indicator called the vertical, the vertical line. But it's really important to me. I like to make fun of it because I call him Blue Boy, and humor me. This is just a virtual or a visual cue for me. When I glance to the left, if I see that line, I don't see it now, for example, I don't know that the entire session is in view. Now I do. When I look over there and see that line, I know that the entire overnight session is in view. What have we been doing? Just as I was pointed out in the pre-market on IRT. Well, there's the open, and here we are. So we're just basically chopping all over the place, and here's the previous RTH close. We've gone exactly no place all night. Absolutely balanced. Waiting now. Today's there's been a couple of Trump events entered into the calendar and financial juice a minute ago, or a few minutes ago, they added something about executive time at 8 o'clock in the morning, whatever the hell that is. And now I see that he's going to be speaking about something at 11 o'clock. And then tonight's the big speech thing. So I don't know what the market may or may not be waiting for. I don't know whether any of those events would have any impact or not, but you better be careful in this environment. So let's get back to Bookmap. The dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever name you want to call it. Dome meaning depth of market. Price levels, resting liquidity, not traded, not guaranteed to trade, resting liquidity. Right now, somebody's jumping around with 251 contracts. It's at 68.60. I'll point something out about this. Down here, we got 268 on the other side. Now, spoofing and all those things, you've heard all those kind of terms before, but let me just point out something that's worth thinking about. I don't know who you are or how big your account is or anything else, but I'll tell you one thing. I could not put 251, I couldn't even. My account that I'm trading this with couldn't put in an order for 251 contracts. Spoofing or not spoofing, in order for you to have to be able to this is the live market, so this is not some sim crap or whatever else. It's not that sim's crap. Let me rephrase that. This is real money, okay? So for any participant to put an order in that even totals up to 250 contracts, your account has got to be big enough to allow that order to be placed, even though you're never going to trade it. So that's a big participant. That's worth paying attention to. All right. Bids down here and ask up here. Okay. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter the levels like the micro composite VPOC, and these are the high and low volume nodes from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. This is the volume delta, and I'm not sure whether I like that or not. I've had it on before. Somebody said it's real important. I put it back. I'm just checking. What the hell? Live dangers. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset one way or another at 8:30 this morning. My statistics column, which we'll get into in a second. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically, continuously from IRT to Bookmap, and I share them freely with anybody that could use them. From 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday night, continuous. So if these session prices could be important for you or helpful, drop a note in the chat and let me know. And then this is the heat map or the chart, whatever you want to call it. Notice that there's no indicators, nor are there a bunch of squiggly lines and stuff. There is very, very few. There's a full session, volume point of control, and an RTH session volume point of control. And let me mark that right here as a naked volume point of control, because I forgot to do that this morning. Here I was busy doing something else. And that's from whatever yesterday was, 230226. Okay, that's the naked volume point of control of yesterday's RTH. Right here you see that, and it has not been revisited yet because we haven't had another RTH session. So there we go, it's naked. Point of control is nothing more complex than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 61.5, we've traded 54 or 57. The absolute split second that we trade 54, 58 somewhere else, that yellow line's moving there. That's all there is to it. Simple. I try to keep everything real simple, real straightforward, based on price, data, volume, and probabilities. That's it. VWAP, Globex, and RTH. Mid, RTH. The rest are just prices, the same lines as are these flags. RTH close. Developing value area high. Now, so a couple of levels that sometimes confuse folks are the IB or initial balance high and low, because they are, the naming convention is a little bit off. It's an old market profile term, which all these two levels represent really are the low, in this case, and the high, which is up above us, of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Okay. So now the statistics, which are a pretty big deal for me. And first of all, I change the column title and determine what the statistical open type for this auction upcoming will be. And how do you do that? There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that open compared to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. Lower than the close. How would that open compared to yesterday's RTH range? Well, the bottom is down here and the top's way up here, so it's lower in range. Now, this is the third day running, or fourth, that we've opened lower in range. Typically, I would change that title this way. I don't have to today. And the reason I changed the title is when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and instantly know a lot about the overnight data and the relationship, right? Also, that configures or that determines what statistics we're going to have for today. Now, these are going to be similar in numbers, but they're going to be by their associated price levels or session prices. So we need to clear those. And then we're going to go determine what those are in just 1 second, because I'm behind the curve here and I need to do a snap that I do every day. And that is the TLab snap. And that is I'll tell you about that in a second here. This is why I do this stream like this. I can't multitask. Maybe I suppose I shouldn't tell myself that. I can multitask if I want to, but I don't do a very good job of it. So I'm doing this instead. Every day at about 6 o'clock in the morning, I post the reports, and every day at 8:20, I post this snap of this entire screen into a Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. The purpose of this is to give the people in there who don't have similar kind of charting a heads up on whatever numbers they might be interested in the relationship of what all the sessions we've been trading are, naked volume, points of control, that thing, right? So the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, or led by a guy named Tom B, who's a self-professed professional trader, has real good advice. And I say that to be factual, okay? I've never seen Tom trade live. I've never seen his account. I don't have any idea or any proof of when he started trading, you know? And not that I should have, but the point is, I can't tell you absolutely that's the truth. And he doesn't trade live even in the TLab now, and he doesn't call trades. But I think he's a real deal, and I think he has a lot of good things to say. You're never solicited for anything in the TLab, or at least never have been that I know of. And it's the only place that I recommend at all. And I tip my hat to him because I was quite active in there for a long time until I started doing the stream here, which is actually a suggestion from TLab. Tom, continually says only trade vetted trades and, narrate your own market and your own trading. Don't be, and I can't do both. So that's where we are. So that's the TLab. And I certainly don't recommend any of the other bookmap Discord chat rooms because I haven't been to them. So there you go. Okay, back to statistics here now. The statistics come from the study in IRT, and conveniently IRT will highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. They do another thing that's just pretty handy. Now this is from yesterday, okay? They do another thing that's pretty handy. You notice how the text is blue and the text is black? The text is black on all of them until the level has been achieved. So this is from yesterday. See what happens if I do this. Update the chart. This is from yesterday. So once we open, these will be set to black, and then as we achieve these levels, they'll turn blue. The way the statistics works is real simple. Like everything else, it's statistics, right? Probabilities. The computer looks back over a data set of the most recent 1,682 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range, 496 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight volume or overnight mid 82.9% of the time. So, overnight mid 82.9. Boop. Overnight POC 81. Boop. Oh, that wasn't a very good boop. Boom. Boom. IB high, well, previous close, 74.8. I want the IB low just to show you something. 61.1. So here's the IB low, huh? And it's real important to put those initials by any of these levels, which will immediately change when we open. The minute we open, the IB low is going to be down here below price. So it won't be up here anymore. I want to know what this flag represents, and that's why it's the way it is. The overnight low is 66.1. And you need to remember that these are just probabilities. These are this is the probability of times, or the percentage of time that price has revisited this level when we opened lower in range in a data set of 1,682 trading days, the most recent. Just simple. Previous low, 53, and that's way down below us there somewhere. There we go. Okay. I'm going to whack off. We're at 26 minutes now. I am going to do something. Overnight low, IB low, previous low, overnight high, 52.2. Typically, after you do this for a while, you kind of realize that the overnight mid, the overnight POC, the overnight high, the overnight low, the previous high, the previous low, they're kind of the top, suspects every day. So that's important to know. I mean, after you've been doing this every day for a while, it gets to be kind of obvious. We're going to open here pretty quick, so I'm going to jump back over to and do something that I think is probably pretty important. And that is be able to trade. So in order to be able to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel right there and select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active chart column or active data column. The dome is the two dome columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both of them. Now, the next thing I do that's important for me is to select first the statistics. Be real careful about this. If you use this, it automatically selects itself every time. Even though I had turned that off, it's still, whenever I start Bookmap, that'll be reselected. I don't, be careful if you don't want that going somewhere. Multi-brackets. Okay, this is where I enter and activate the risk neutral methodology to my trading. And I think the first thing that I want to recommend is that a trader's first priority is to, hey, morning, Antonio, is to maintain or protect your account, preserve your account. And the only way to do that is risk management. So the smallest package you can use for risk neutral methodology is a 2-lot. And there we have 2 lots. And then you select a stop in ticks. And this should have been decided long before right now. We've got less than a minute. So I'm going to stop talking a lot. The first risk neutral profit target is automatic. It's for the half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner. And I'm going to shut up and get on back to the business at hand here. We're going to open pretty quick at about 30 seconds. We're trading down to the lows. I don't think the market is particularly excited with what's been going on economically or politically or anything else. Let me just say quickly that once you've selected a way to trade, it's green, and we're going to open at about 15. So I have these metrics. I don't need the trade control panel anymore. I can click that bad boy, and I get my real estate back, and here we go. We're going to open here pretty quick. They got some vengeance going on there now. Looks to me like the open, and it didn't reset anything, so I'm pretty happy about that. This volume profile is just irritating the living out of me. Anyway, so we're 20 seconds off. I'll give it some time to rethink about that. That work automatic. I know I bitch about this every day, but it's so irritating, you know? It's expensive software. Something so simple. So we have now opened right down here, right on the overnight low. And you notice how the overnight low moved because it's a dynamic level, right? It's the market is live. And we've taken the statistic already right here, right there. So what I'm going to do now is change the piece of crap. I'm going to change the relationship of my IRT charting from full session to RTH only, like that. So this is now yesterday's RTH session, and here's the current open. No more overnight on the charts. And I'll explain why I do that as soon as I get through doing that. The idea here is, as I said in the pre-market, I share these price levels and with a lot of people. And they expect, rightfully so, the relationships of those levels to be as expected. So I need to change this charting to reflect and keep some current relationships with the session prices as expected. And I'll tell you what those are as soon as I get through doing this. And you'll understand why I don't multitask very well, or why I stream. All right, so the relationship now is as follows. The value area low and high represent the previous auction, and everybody that uses these levels expects that to represent the previous RTH auction. The developing value area high and low, which are floating around here somewhere, are for the current auction. So obviously, if you think about that for a second, up until the second we opened this RTH session, the value area high and low did reflect the previous RTH session because that's the last auction. But the minute we opened, they suddenly would be reflecting the overnight or the ETH. So I changed those around, and you notice how the value area high just jumped? Because the data has just been pushed to IRT and to Bookmap and then recognized by the cloud note column. So now there we go. And, you know, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you are. And I'm going to put in my top secret indicator here, which is just Blue Boy. So Blue Boy's on the job. We can all rest easy. And if you missed the pre-market, this is just a vertical line in Bookmap that I put on the first print of every ETH session, and or RTH, or every session, I should say. I don't, not ETH. And be real careful about this active data column. If I accidentally clicked over here trying to move that Blue Boy or something like that, I'd have an order in there faster than you can say don't. So that's real important. Day before yesterday in the morning, I noticed when I set up like this, I noticed an order that had been floating along since 10 o'clock in the evening the night before. I have no idea how it got in there. I certainly didn't even have the trade control panel on. But if that had been activated in the middle of the night someplace, I'd be pretty pissed. So I'm real conscious of not clicking over there, making sure the trade control panel's off until I'm ready to have it on. And hopefully, nothing worse than having an unforced error. You know, just, in other words, stupidness. Trading's, you know, can be complicated and challenging enough without unintentionally shooting yourself in the foot. Got to be real careful of this active data column right here. For the longest time, I did not use that because I was not, more than once, I was in a trade that I didn't plan to be because I was trying to move the scale here or something. You see how the mouse just moved over there? If I was trying to move that scale and hadn't noticed that, I'd have an order there. Yeah, be careful. I used to trade only with a keyboard, and you can do that in Bookmap, no problem. You just activate it. There's two things you need to understand. Well, the most important thing you need to understand about a keyboard trading is that it's not nearly as accurate because I can accurately put a trade wherever I want it at whatever price or an order. Can do the same thing over here on the dome, but it's easier for me to see them on the right with price bouncing up and down here. For me, you can't be so precise with the keyboard. I'm not sure about speed. Probably the keyboard is as fast, or maybe not, but at least as close as the mouse. But you have to have the focus of the operating system on this application. If I'm looking at IRT or I've clicked somewhere or done something, and then I see a trade and I try to keyboard in, it's going to go, yeah, right, who are you talking to here? You know, I've got to come back and click on the application or be in the application of Bookmap somewhere. And that's just an operating system thing. It's got nothing to do with the Bookmap at all. Would be the same for iOS or Windows or whatever. I don't know about Linux. I've never used it. I'm not sure whether my software even works with Linux, to be honest with you. So POTUS is doing something at 8 o'clock, and then he's going to, whatever the hell executive time is, I guess maybe that's like nap time and kindergarten, I don't know. And then he's going to be speaking about something at 11 o'clock this morning. So heads up. And again, absolutely not anything political, but it is, to circle back around on it, your mission as a trader is to preserve your account, and the only way, the most critical and fundamental way to do that is risk management. Okay, so that's the reason that we know that non-farm payroll is the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning for the last 30-something years. That's the reason PMI, GDP, all of those reports are coming out, and they're scheduled well in advance so that you can plan your day and you can make a risk mitigation plan. In today's environment, these guys can come in out of no place and drop some comment, even in Trump's case, even just tweet something on that, whatever that thing is, that his social media thing. About 2 months ago, at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning, he just threw a tweet out there and the market tanked 229 handles out of no place. And it wasn't even based on anything valid. That's not the point. The reason for his tweet or the result of his tweet isn't the point. He's perfectly, he's the president of the United States. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do. But as traders, we better be ready and vigilant about risk. And that's all I'm saying. I don't care who it is. So there we go. Well, we've traded down, pushed all the way through, below yesterday's low. Tested down there. They got some buyers came in. Not a hell of a lot of them, though. And now this would be I don't know what it would be, something. Thinking about the opening range trade here that I've been trying to quantify and vet, just because I need to think of something. Again, welcome to the stream. This is I stream every day every trading day from 8 in the morning for the pre-market and all that setup, and then the open until 1500 every afternoon, because I'm committed to take no trades off the stream. So early on I thought, well, I'll stream about 2 hours every day and that'll be fine. And then I came back in after the stream was closed down and saw a setup and thought, oh man, I want to trade that. But I couldn't get the stream going fast enough, even remotely, to do that in time. So, but hence 7 hours every day. I try to keep a real accurate chapter marker set up every day through the day, and then it's posted up to YouTube with the stream after the close. Because I don't know about you, but I'm sure as hell never going to stand here and listen to 7 hours of this all day long. You know, I want to know what I did, if I did, and if I didn't, and then you can just jump around, and that's the whole point. Remember, it's my virtual trading journal. So if I put a trade on, I want to know what I was thinking in advance, how I anticipated that trade. Am I sticking to my setups? Am I following my procedure? You know, and the outcome. So let's take a quick look again here at everything we got going. That was a pretty hurried setup. So we're open, blah, 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 and here we are. Now, the first T1, same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Now is certainly not the time to be figuring out what your risk of your package should be. The first criteria here, in my opinion, is your account risk tolerance. What's the volatility of the instrument? You know, use your head. And then there's a runner in this case. And you can set these up any which way you want to have them, as many as you want to do or whatever else. Typically, I've been also, or time to time, I also use Execution Pro, which you can do break even, trail, a lot of different stuff. And I'm gonna trail to break even on T1 manually if there is a T1. And that's based on how I've set up the trading system in IRT, which I'll go through later. So I'm on pins and needles here. I mean, not pins and needles, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what he could be talking about at 8 o'clock. And I have no idea what he's going to talk about at 11. And then, of course, there's the real big dog and pony show at State of the Union message or speech or whatever. Jesus. Tonight. Yeah, these opening range trades, I see no value in them at all. I mean, I don't see any way to vet them at all. At all. Make sure there's nothing over here. Nope. Okay. Looking at this, whenever I see some flurry of, oh, this is a great thing, this is a 99% win rate, and you can retire for the rest of your, all that YouTube crap. I don't approach anything without statistics to back it up. So I build up what the basic criteria of what they're talking about, and then see if I can back test it and come up with any kind of positive results. And here we go, out the lid. So if you're if you figured out how to do a mean reversion or just, the opening swing trade, there's another beauty. There's 50 handles again. Jesus, the ES is moving like the NQ. Yesterday, I think we ended up with a 100 handle range or something like that. And right now we're in 15 minutes and we've got 50 handles, essentially 28 to 75. Jesus Christ. And once, again, I have no clue why the volatility or what is the impetus for that movement. This was pretty much of a get out of Dodge move here. Are we giving away free money? I don't know. That's the problem with this kind of environment that we're in. You never know what somebody said. I can't imagine that Trump's through talking. If he started something at 8 o'clock, it's not usually, first, it's not usually prompt. And second of all, is not usually over very quick. See if we find something in the news department over here. Well, not even anything about, and like I said before, I have no idea what Trump's executive time at 8 o'clock means. To me, I would think he's going to go do something himself. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm going to be working on my speech for tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow or later or something like that. I don't have any idea. And then 11:30, this was 11 a few minutes ago. Now this has been changed to 11:30. Yeah. There you go. You just have to keep up. It's not a political statement, but it is keep your finger on the wrist. And I tell you, one of these times I'm going to start taking this trade just on the swing. Here's the deal. This is a perfect opportunity to point this out. And this is the danger. What the hell is going on here? This is the danger of rear view mirror and, book YouTube and all that stuff, okay? Boy, I tell you, in the rear view mirror, I can tell you, yeah, I knew that, I saw that low right there at the overnight low, and I got long, and when we tested down, I couldn't do it, and now I'm long, and I've made $1 million. Tell me all that stuff right there. That's the hard right edge. Now, you were a clever enough trader that you knew to go long right there, that you were going to have that was the end of the opening swing in 6 minutes, and you were going to know, you knew that it was going to go up to here. So you got long. That's the danger of these people that are good talkers, and anybody that only trades in the rearview mirror. I mean, anybody can narrate this stuff. My daughter can narrate this stuff in the rearview mirror and make it sound like she's a wizard. I think anybody can. That's the part that bothers me about traders I kind of discount anybody that doesn't trade live here and now, frankly. So that's my piece about that. Oh, and there's that VPOC migration. Antonio's getting all twitchy over here. I can tell that right now. And to point out once again, this is what I'm doing now and what I'm thinking, and I'm sharing it openly and out loud. So, you know, if it sounds like bullshit or you got a better idea, I'm all ears. You know what I mean? All ears. This stream is very definitely not my way or the highway, but it is fully transparent and fully accountable. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it right there. And again, if you've got it figured out so that you can pick these off, man, oh man, let me know how you're doing it. I look back at this and I think, oh, well, tomorrow I'm just going to go long at the bottom and short at the top. Okay. Where was the bottom? Was it right there? How about right there? How about right there? Oh, right here. Rear view mirror, pretty quick, huh? And you can go, and that person would go, well, yeah, but you see, we came down here, we didn't test again. Yeah, well, we did the same thing here. We did the same thing here. That's where the hard right edge really is really important. And I'm certainly not the one that says I've got it figured out. Boy, would I like to. Well, it's something. What is it? It's a Wednesday. Isn't it Wednesday? Yeah, no, Tuesday. There we go. Jesus Christ. Time goes fast enough. I don't need to be hurrying it up, huh? Tuesday. There we go. And I'm taking my own dog food a little bit here today too. In that I always preach at the end of the day about taking care of yourself and being well vetted and well rested and all those kind of things. And I had a short night last night, so uh, I'm aware of that, and I am, hard to believe, I know, more cautious than usual. I really want to get this algo deal figured out so I can just have that ATR in the basement, ATM in the basement, whatever it is, ATM in the basement. That'd be pretty handy, wouldn't it? Harry was just typing up there in Static, yeah, these reversals on the opening drive are great. And I said, yeah, but we've had today, for example, we had 1, 2, 3 lower lows with 1, 2, and then finally 3 higher lows. Well, if you got short right here, or you got long right here, you're stopped out here. If you got long right here, you're stopped out here. It's what I just got through talking about with the rearview mirror. It's so freaking easy in the rearview mirror. Tell me exactly, and I'm asking a question honestly, not sarcastically. Tell me how you knew, or if you did know, how you knew this was not the bottom of the swing, how you knew this was not the bottom of the swing at this point, and how you knew this was the bottom of the swing and different from this and this and this. I wish I knew that. I'd like to understand how to figure that out. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? I'd be back in bed by now. I'd have my money made for the day, and I'd be adios, to the van fofo. I'd be out the door and gone. I'd be at the bar. I'd be the old guy at the end of the bar. But I don't know that. The joy of trading. And again, and there you go on the other side of the coin. Tell me how you knew that wasn't the swing high. That wasn't the swing high. And that was the swing high. VPOC migration up. Oh boy, here we go. We're going to the moon, Alice. Well, maybe it's not the moon shot exactly today. Maybe not. This is, I hate to, I realize I'm not providing any answer to those questions, but I want to articulate them onto the stream here so that I need to think. I don't know how. I hope somebody can tell me how to do that. Well, I realized that last soliloquy was not on the stream. So what I was trying to do here was verify this number because it seems completely out of whack for me. And in case, I don't know where the mute got in there, but one of the reasons that America has maintained, or the U.S. has maintained a strong market, is because we had the rule of law, we had little intervention from politics, and we had authentic and valid reporting. And if this outfit screws that up, it's going to do irreparable harm. I can't speak anymore either, so that's great news. Let's try this again. Let's see what these boys have to say. What my point was is, a minute ago, this was service denial. The site was overloaded, and that seems to be the case. There's so many people that are immediately trying to figure out where this number came from. Their server can't keep up. So that tells me that this is probably not exactly top tier reporting. I don't know. I have no idea who the conference board is, but anyway. All right. Well, let's get back to the market and hope for the best here. Jesus. Well, oh God, let's go. Oh, maybe not. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. The opening range thing is off the table, and I'm not even bothering with that anymore. So trying to look into that thing. Be real careful about trying to trade anybody that comes in earshot of this. Yeah, I am muted, Antonio. Thanks a lot. Sorry. Or was, I mean, thank you. Obrigado. Yeah. So we are swinging around here now. What I was getting ready to do here was get back to the initial balance trade and why I have vetted that as my first verified trading setup. So I'm going to now put that system on. Still have 4 millisecond lag. I hate that. Or second lag, not millisecond. So the first trade that I set up to verify or vet statistically is the opening range, or the initial balance trade. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Let this thing get through thinking. Boy, I tell you, this is IRT just having trouble. I don't know what to do about it. Rod and a bunch of guys they're looking at Sierra Chart. I used to use Sierra Chart. I still have an account with them. All I have to do is pay the money and away we go. Pay some money to them and away we go. I was looking at it last night. I just don't know that it's going to be any better. And I want to avoid a rabbit hole, which is going down a rabbit hole of learning. And it's been I was looking last night. Last time I used my Sierra Chart account was 2016. So, there you are. It's so easy to go down a rabbit hole in that I have IRT kind of figured out so that I can just, if I don't do anything random, it'll just kind of run along and I can keep up with it. But for example, session prices, the TLab snap, I have to recreate all of that crap. I don't know that you can even export stuff from. I don't know that you. This is not that I do know, and I'm saying you can't. This is me saying I don't know, and that would require me having to get into it and figure it all out again. So I'm not motivated to do that at this point. I'm gonna shut this damn thing out, restart this thing here in a minute. I can tell you that much right now. Okay, I'm gonna restart IRT. And I do that quickly enough that session price folks don't even know what hit them. Because there's a delay. Obviously, the session prices push automatically and instantly from IRT to the export, but cloud notes and all that stuff are about a minute lag. The difference is, but it's actually a difference between this level and the cloud note flags. The smallest refresh time I can set on the cloud note column here is a minute, and the boys and girls that coded this indicator up obviously did it in less than that. Why sometimes there's a stagger. Okay. Back up, are we? Seems so. And no lags. That seems to work every day. I don't know why. So what I'm going to do here is put the opening range trade, which I have vetted, onto the chart so that when the opening, I don't mean the opening range, I'm sorry, the initial balance, statistic becomes active and that will be that will be active. Now, I want to explain to the stream, real important, I trade live bookmap via AMP, and rhythmic data drives bookmap, and rhythmic data, the same rhythmic account, drives IRT. The difference is that when I put this trading system on, push it to this chart and activate it, any trades taken or graphed, plotted over here, are going to be within the IRT simulated environment. Because I'm not confident enough in my ability, and it seems complex with what I've read and over on IRT's site. There's a big difference between this backtesting code and when you start pushing out to a brokerage where you have to have, order placement confirmation and entry confirmation and all that kind of thing. So that's fine. But that's why I keep this within the simulated environment. And then my plan is, and what I've been doing, when a trade is put on by the system over here, which, by the way, I'm going to send to the chart now. I replicate that manually over here on Bookmap. That's been what I'm doing, and of course, that's been real inefficient. So here we are. Now there's no trade to anticipate because it's the initial balance trades, and what an initial balance we have, huh? 80, 27, 50 handles. 50 handles wide. That's pretty extreme. And let's see how this is set up. Hello. There we go. Okay, this is how I set this thing up. 12, 12, 48, 12, 0. What will happen here is this: if this takes a trade, stop is at 12 ticks, T1 is at 12 ticks, T2 is at 48 ticks, and when we reach T1, it will scale to break even or entry. I'll save that because that's what I have back tested and concluded to be the optimal setup so far. Now, these rules have been developed by me for the initial balance trades. And essentially, the computer evaluates every one of these rules every 1 minute. That's the simplest way to put it. So, there we are at this point. Now I want to do something else here, which is wonder why that's not opening up. There we go. And I need to change. Notice how I have all the session price levels being pushed out across here. Well, after 9:30, I want to just have the initial balance data there. I'm going to change that with how I do this, I hope, if I can remember. I hope this works. Man. Now, the next go around, we should lose these. There we go. And we did. Okay, and now at 9:30, the initial balance continuation pullback and trigger zones should materialize over here on Bookmap if I didn't screw something up, which I don't imagine I did. That's controlled with this data export function. That's a real handy thing I use a lot. That's what within IRT. So that's what drives the low and high volume nodes and the session prices. And over here will be these. Well, first were the indicator lines at the session prices, and now there will be the pullback and continuation and stuff over here on Bookmap from the export. And let's see now, we've got the initial balance rules on being pushed to the chart. Let's confirm that. Like I said, I'm a groggy doggy this morning. Yep, okie dokie. Okay. Savvy. Let's do that, shall we? Mm-hmm. Okay. And back to the day. So again with Trump, now it's 11:30, I think, isn't it? POTUS, potential risk here. Yeah, well, that's fear. Gee, that's what a surprise. Yeah. Okay. Trump speaks at 11:30. Oh, well. Okay, and then what he's going to speak about, who the hell knows? And who cares? It's just, I care because it's potential risk. And I'm still upset about the fact that there's no freaking way consumer confidence jumped. Isn't it miraculous that consumer confidence jumped nearly 10 handles the day of the State of the Union? Isn't that amazing? And maybe I'm just over critical, over paranoid or whatever, but it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, Or as George W. Bush said, well, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. He's a funny guy. And it's dangerous, but funny. Now, it's funny looking back. And here we go at the top. Having a conversation here with Harry about in Static about this. He made a comment about these big swings, opening swings, and I pointed out as I had done here. Well, yeah, how did you know that this wasn't the opening swing test here, or this wasn't the opening swing and test at bottom and test here, or this wasn't the opening swing and test here? Oh, well, this was it. Okay. Yeah, so I guess the technique is you never will know which is what. So if you are taking very small real tight orders with very small stop loss. You just keep hammering them and see what happens for the opening swing mean reversal. It doesn't sound like it's something that I would very definitely have to vet, just like these opening range trades that these orb trades that everybody's flapping their mouths about on all over YouTube, you know? That's, you gotta be careful. And the initial balance is going to be set in exactly 2 minutes. So what's going to happen? We're going to have a new initial balance up here. Is this it? Did we make the statistic? No, because it's not 9:30. All they have done here is increase the initial balance high to the upside. And it will not be a case for another 2 more minutes. And, you know, my recommendation is, as every day, somewhere here if I can see it. Oh, come on. What is going on over here? Seems like the hotkeys are all goofy now. That's magic. Yeah, do not trade toward the statistic. I have a lot of negative data about that. This is not the statistic. Are we going to take the IB high? Boy, I bet so. But it's not the IB high yet. Still. So, you know, wouldn't be the first time we've seen them do this and then turn around and take the low. Just a recommendation. Now we have an initial balance that's probably been exceeded here. I have to be real careful about this freaking column over here, but here's the 9:30, right? We're at 9:30 and 30 seconds. So the only way I know to do that is zoom over here to IRT, recalculate this thing, because I've tried to set all this stuff so it doesn't recalculate all the time. It's not working very good. Should have reset to black, and now it'd be the statistic. Bummer. Anyway, so there you have it. Now let's look over here and see what happened. Well, so here is 9:30. Damn it. 9:30. The lines are plotting. You see this statistic here we did not take the stat before 9:30, seconds before 9:30. So the initial balance statistic I'm lying to you. The initial balance statistic has been taken up here. And there's the B. Now, that's the failure. If we pull back up here to a trigger, the system will take a short, targeting lower. I'm not warm and fuzzy about any of that stuff. Now, there's the trigger. It should be taking a trade lower. So let's see. Let's go to Bookmap and see that we have the pullback and trigger zone. So there's the initial balance. There's the B. There's the trigger. Are we going to sell down? I think that would be a problem for me because I'm trying to be vigilant about context and, not swimming upstream. And there should be pretty clear what the context of the day is so far. I have a filter for that on the trading chart. And that's why you'll see, if we jump over here, there is no trade taken here yet because of that filter. And I'm just winging it. But I'm in a real precarious situation with this setup because it exceeded, or at least my performance trading it live with this, watch for the signal and then take it in Bookmap, exceeded the consecutive stops in a row value from a 400 or 500 day back test. So at that point is when I can question, okay, so what's wrong? Did the market change? Did I add something different? Go back and look at the systematic changes that I made in the system, if you know what I mean. You can't change if all the parameters are within, I should say, if the live results are within parameters, backtest parameters, then you don't change anything. If they get outside those parameters, in this case, exceeded this consecutive stops in a row, of course, wouldn't it be wonderful to have exceeded the consecutive wins in a row? But that's not the case. And here we have and I want to be sure and point out that it is really defeating by introducing discretion and not taking a signaled trade. Might as well throw all that work out the window, because that's the whole point. You determine via backtesting and statistics that you have an edge or an expectancy, and you take every one of those instances that presents itself in the live market and rely on the law of large numbers. So the story goes. So what I've done is I have identified that we have a recurring setup every day, which is the initial balance. Pretty obvious, right? Every day. And there are two trades associated with that. The initial balance. Hold on. That's so surprising when my phone rings. I'm not used to that. It was pretty quick, so maybe it was a dummy dial by somebody. I don't know. Spam risk. Okay. We'll delete that and we'll put this bad boy on no ringy dingy. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I know what I'm talking about with the phone. Now we've taken a short. Now the system has taken a short, isn't it? Is it a short? Yeah. Whether I should replicate that or not is kind of seems to be flying in the face to me of a counter trend trade, and I'm not sure that I don't know what to think about that. Frankly, I'm just being exactly honest. The signals are the initial balance, the B, trigger, Now it finally got in because of the context change, which is, consecutive lows. I don't know. I'm really tired of putting on trades because this thing is signaled a trade and then getting stopped out. And I realize that that's not the concept. But I suppose what that means is I question my backtesting to a degree. And watch some bitch, fall out of bed and come zooming back down to the mean. Now it would be chasing for me to get in because I noticed that entry too late. So this is chasing. It would be stop. You'd be T1, right? There's T1. Got in here at the trigger. More past T1, and then so it would be risk neutral. Really frustrating. I don't know what to do. I'm just putting it out there. But I don't want to just stand here and die of 1,000 cuts. That's yeah. Well, our initial balance statistic has been achieved, and yeah. And boy, wouldn't this be a knuckle biter? Uh-huh. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say or do. Except that I didn't take that signal trade, and I can think of 1,000 excuses for why I didn't do that. And the system's still sitting there floating along. Now, the additional filters that I've added onto this is, I can show you here. It is it's basically a moving average, but it's for volume. So you see that we had the trigger, but we didn't enter a short because I'm trying to figure out a way to keep aligned with context. Context changed right there, and it went short right there. And I'm not understanding why that target would typically indicate T1, and that's absolutely wrong. And then there's also an ATR. There's also an ATR filter, which I set the parameters around in the main over here. And I can also set the the period of that MA, that volume average, and the look back, and then I can set the ATR limit and the ATR period and smooth and all that stuff. Just trying to come up with some sort of I think it's really important. That's the whole reason for Blue Boy and all this stuff, is to keep aligned with context. So it didn't make any sense for me to have the system being taking counter trend trades and, that kind of crap when I didn't believe that's the thing to do. So I try to change these things, these rules in the back testing with some sort of, systematically and somewhat, statistically verified idea. In other words, I'll run if I want to make a change about that, let's say the ATR. I run a back test on the system, and then I change that one parameter, and then I run another back test, and I see if it's good, bad, or indifferent. And that's how I try to proceed with this. Once again, this is just what I'm doing now. I'm sharing it openly and transparently. And if you've got a better idea or some suggestion or whatever, I'm all ears. And I'm on mute again. Well, that's just great. God's telling me to shut up. Huh? I hate it when she does that. What I was saying was I'm just explaining my monitors that I've been doing. Desk here. No big deal. So there we have the epoch migration down, epoch migration. Who knows? I can assure you that if I went long, this thing is going to go like that. That seems to be what happens to me every time I try that trade. And what time do we have? 51. Okay. Got a wake up call for the little princess here. At the top of the hour. Yeah, it's complete crap. Yeah, something is definitely wrong here. So, okay, the signals are as follows. This A didn't plot the marker because of the happened right at 9:30. Okay. B closed within pullback zone. Pullback zone meaning that once we get a trigger, then it's gonna. The idea would be it would mean revert back to the center. So it's looking for a short, and here we get the that context finally to flatten out. It goes short. Now this is completely crap because in order for this buy, which would signal either a stop or a target, and there's no stop here because the stop would be up here. This would have to be down here. So something has gone screwy completely. When that is achieved, it scrolls up to, and then now this is in fact a stop. So yeah, it's even worse. I've broken something by monkeying with it here. Just explaining where we are and what I'm thinking. Remember, it's my virtual journal, so the only way I get what I am thinking into this journal is my narration here. And the only way I get these pistachios in my mouth is to mute off and eat them. And try to remember not to crunch in your ear and unmute the mic. It's so funny, there's a mixer. This mixer's right in front of me on the desk, a little bit elevated, and I get so fixated in the stream and stuff. It's just like I forget, it's muted, or which screen I'm streaming, because I'm busy looking at the market, which is, I guess, the point. That responsibility is done now. Yeah, so here we are. Brilliant push up. It was a mean reversion from the get-go. Opening swing trade, whatever you want to call it. And the only thing I can say positive about the initial balance trade so far is that I am disciplined about them. Or I don't know if discipline's the right word, but I just stick to my guns. Now, I don't know, since we're doing nothing else here at the moment, I can first of all, check the back test setup. We don't need 500 days. Let's go 1. Okay. And let's do the look back over here. The view period of, where are we now? So what is this, the 3rd day? Okay. Well, that's just freaking weird. Did you see that change? This is why I'm glad I have this stream. So that look back period changed the calculation of the chart. I should have thought of doing that. You can recalculate charts by clicking this little circle guy down here. And if you hold the shift key down, it'll only recalculate the indicators, not download the data. So you remember when I was referring earlier to the fact that this bar didn't look right? How could we have achieved T1 of 3 points? Well, when it recalculated, that was it. And then it stops out. And that makes sense. Now we've had another trigger fire, which is not correct as far as I'm concerned. Something's all amiss here. Once the system has taken a trade and then goes flat, it resets the flags. The signal markers down here are just graphic representations of these flags. So what happened now? Well, we had up we go. This is a A. Why that's not anywhere, I don't know. A B. And essentially, yeah, a trigger. So this is actually a trigger for another short. Let's see what this MA thing is doing. Now, it won't enter until we've got to this volume moving average, or whatever this thing's called. I think it's called moving average, but based on volume, goes red. So yeah, I think I've probably out-clevered myself. And once again, this would be a counter trend trade, in my opinion. Irritating as hell, I'll tell you. Irritating. I wonder if these idiots ever got this fixed. Not idiots, but you know. Okay, here we go. Well, they got their Conference Board, Economy, Strategy, Finance Center. Who is, well, so here's what the report really looks like. Here's where we were. Here's where we are, and it edged a little bit higher, but way below our highs. It says, who are these people? About us, there we go. Okay, let's see about us. Let's see who this about us is over here. Our community, who we are. Who's this guy? So they got one guy doing this? Wow. I'll have to look into whoever this board is because they're putting out some pretty fancy numbers here. Well, I guess that doesn't answer much question for me, but there you go. What are you gonna do? They're gonna make a big deal out of it. You can bet on that. You can bet on that. Do we have this trade active yet? No, we don't, because we're still ticking up. Even though we had the signal, we're still ticking up, you see? Because we need two of these down. It's 1, 2, buckle my shoe. And out the top we go. Now we're going to probably get a conflicting continuation zone up here pretty quick. Excuse me. Well, that ought to be a continuation up there pretty quick. Like pretty much there. So if we come down to a trigger, that would be a long. Once again, I have no idea what to think. Or why. I know one thing, I'm not warm and fuzzy about breakouts. And that's what this trade would be. Mm-hmm. It would, however, be in line with, well, Oh man. It would, however, be in line with the context. Can't argue with that, I guess. 11:30. Trump's on on again, huh? I saw something, I don't know if it's true, is the lowest poll ratings of any president in history or something like that. It's pretty incredible. Now we get his trigger. What am I going to do? You know, it doesn't look really convincing to the upside either, does it? It isn't a trigger yet, but we did get a VPOC migration in that direction. Oh. My eyes are killing me. What in the hell is above us, or what's going on? Let's see here. Well, we're into a big bunch of, oh, there's that trigger. Yeah, there's the trigger, and that should signal long, I would think. Now I'm confused. I would think it'd take a long off this IB high here, but I don't know. I don't know why it's not doing that. So I'm standing by. Well, I got no idea. I have no idea what to do at this point. The B, the trigger, no trade. Oh, there's a trade. In now. Long. Late. I don't think that makes any sense. This is the VPOC. This is diddling in the middle. All right. No, never mind. And you know, there's a scale. There's a scale off the POC right there in the direction of the trend. So I guess I blew it. That's a really hard one for me to get around. I just spent so many years conditioning myself to never take a trade off the VPOC, even in the case of the migration. And that's the biggest question that always comes into my mind. At what point does a VPOC migration turn into a diddle in the middle? you know, I think my wife's got a better idea here. I'm going to see what she's up to. So what happened? Well, there we go. Wait a minute. Yeah, I am way mixed up here. So what this thing has done now is a short and it's in the money. B, pullback trigger, short. I don't know whether I'm foot or horseback over here today. I got to get this so it trades live and then just, you know, go back to bed. Good thing I'm doing today is eating my own dog food, about being well rested and hydrated and fit to trade. This well, that would be right. I guess. Boy, my eyes are really bothering me today. Ooh. I don't recommend getting older, but I'll tell you what, it does beat the hell out of the alternative. Well, here I stand, hurry, scurry, and blurry. I'm not sure. I mean, the one thing I'm pleased I'm not in a trade. And I am eating my own dog food. You know, I'm off. I'm a bit off from no sleep or extreme lack of sleep. and probably a little excess of wine. So, but I am kind of confused with what's going on here, and that's. But in light of my trade plan and my pre-developed trade plan, I'm not jumping into anything here. We've gotten, basically, if I'm reading this thing right, which is kind of crazy, we did have a continuation trade signal right here, but it didn't have the proper context filter. And what I've done to try to come up with a context filter, and boy, this is something, if anybody's got a suggestion, I'd be really happy to know about it. It says MA here because I can't change the name. It's a volume, it's a moving average of volume. So I'm trying to see, for example, if this is going up here, this would need to be, I would have, there's the trigger, there's the B, there's the trigger. I would have expected a long here, frankly. But instead, we got the short because of this B. This is also a B to the bottom side. So I'm, and here would be the A. Why those signal markers aren't firing today, I don't know. But it's just one more brick in the wall with, be cautious, be careful. This is my live, my money. This is not a prop thing or something else, so I'm a lot more, I'm very risk aware. And in an hour, we've got POTUS again, so I'm not sure. Keeping in line with my rearview mirror skills, obviously this mean reversion off the bottom was just about not even a mean reversion, but not a mean reversion in the sense that there's the mean. So it's a misnomer to call that a mean reversion, really, but boy, opening swing low and getting on the other side of it, you're a pretty happy person after about 50 handles there. I am certainly not one of them in that crowd. And here comes that bar break. So, you know, if you want to believe the system, where am I? There you are. There's a short, T1, T2. That's set up over here in the main. And scratch. I'm going to need to analyze this, absolutely. And the way I do that is backtest over this couple of days. And then I can look at the exact entry and exits and all that stuff. I can do that for you now, actually. I guess, why not? So you see how long it takes to backtest a couple of 3 days. Not long. That's 124 1-minute bars on a 1 day so far. What's going on here? Maximum favorable excursions of 81, $2,000. That's right. 2 trades, 8 shares. That's about right. Profitable trades. Okay. No losses, because it was a scratch. 2 trades, 2 winners. Average win was $40. So let's just close these off. They're not going to save them. Here's what I was going to show you. So here is the way I verify stuff, right? Here's the exact trade and date and time and the setup or the trade that was executed. And there's a T1 and there's a stop. So that's a scratch. And then the next one was another short and we had a T1. And it just, now it's doing something else over here. This thing is going crazy now. Now it's taking along. You know why? We got flat. Now this is something that I thought I had fixed. We got flat, and that should have reset all these levels, but this trigger was still holding on in the wings, waiting for this volume average, and it's gotten long. Way back over here. There's the criteria. Here we are. Now we're out, and I am 90% sure, or at least I thought I was, that I had this code fixed so that whenever we go flat, all previous flags are set to 0. So I need to make sure about that. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, well, there you go. Another great reason to be cautious and be. You can probably figure out why this is happening over here in the simulated world. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, right? I'm not some young code wizard. So when I say I would really appreciate any feedback, I actually mean it. Very definitely. Okay. Well, it's probably time, so in case you guys might be gone, I'm going to stand by here, monitor but mute because I'm having a little breakfast. Got to point out something here with this indicator that plots the trades. It was built by Chad Payne a long time ago, and it doesn't total sum properly multiple targets. It's based, for example, this 37 ticks right here is only for this target, not taking into consideration this one. I don't care. I've mentioned it to Eddie. Who cares? I'm not looking at totals or portfolio numbers here. I'm looking at if and when this is happening, where I think it should, and that kind of thing. So just FYI. So there we are. This is a full 2-target trade, and now we've taken another A because, in case I didn't say it quick enough, all these were reset to 0. Well, you can look at that. Oh damn! I'm a bitch. Sorry about that. So these were reset to 0 on conclusion here. This was a double target. This is 48 ticks for T2. This 12 tick T1 is not summed in there, so it's actually 60 ticks. Same thing over here. And now we have another A because we've taken the initial bounce high, and the bar is open below, through, high above, and the preceding bar to the signal bar is open lower than the close. So now it will either punch up here and get an A, punch down here and get a B. It better punch pretty quick because I've got, I have the trade window set for RTH 1 and RTH 2. And in case you wonder what that is, excuse me. I think it was Rod that figured it out, but I never thought about it. I don't know where he came up with it. I just assumed he worked it out because he's pretty aware. There's 450 minutes in the RTH trading session, from 8:30 in the morning until 1600 in the afternoon, Central Standard Time. Divide by 3, 150 minutes each. So RTH 1, RTH 2, RTH 3. Meaningless other than just a way to kind of group trades and results into time within the market. See if it's significant. Everybody here? Yeah, seems like it's all working. I see a funny thing here on my mixer that I don't recognize, but anyway, seems like it's working. So there's the B signal now. And the pullback will give it the signal, the trigger, and then it would be signaling along. And there would be a trigger for another long trade. But that's not happened on IRT yet. It's very definitely happened here in Bookmap. I'm standing by. Too many variables and my, as I said, my sleep deprivation kicking in. Yeah. puzzled because Bookmap seems to be quite a ways ahead of IRT in terms of where we are, 96 even. And IRT is 95.5 now, so is Bookmap, I guess. You know, I don't know whether it's an optical illusion over here because of the movement. I know I'm not going to try to do that. This would have been the entry. There's the B and there's the trigger. And it would be scaled just barely. Actually, no. Yeah, now it would be scaled. And it may go ripping out the roof. Who knows? It will be doing that without me. And were this the computer doing the trading, it would be, you know, nicely ahead. 60 and 50. And whatever happened over here, scratch. At some point now, this trade will work really well because there's all these top pickers up here that have got their stops living around here. Probably right up above there where you see 420. Well, boom. All right, be extra careful. The great and powerful pumpkin, or as Richard says, Agent Orange is going to be taking the floor at bottom of the hour. That's a perfect segue for me to mosey on. I have no idea what's going on, but be careful at the bottom of the hour. This is a case where that is no good. See what's happened there? No long trade until we had that reverse signal back to the trigger. And now it's gone long way up here, which is completely wrong. So at least if I have done anything else today, I've identified that I've got that continuation signal crosswise. So there's that. So that's good. And in the meantime, I'm gonna head out for that walk. That walk. Remember, heads up, bottom of the hour. POTUS is on board, doing whatever he's up to. Pretty disappointing, you know, that. And maybe this will turn out great, but this is clearly clearly not a good thing. Oh, I'm really glad I figured that out. Here, that's been a great accomplishment this morning. And I'm, stuck to my guns and my plan and my philosophy here. So wasn't fully rested, so I wasn't on my A game, and I'm not taking any trades, but I'm monitoring and just figured that story out with the context filter here, which is no good, but I'm real happy that I figured it out, and that's exactly why this thing is trading in the simulated environment of IRT and not over here in the real world. Now, would it have been great to take this trade that I almost clicked into? Yeah, that'd be great. That would be almost 2 targets so far. But I just have a real, when you have a rule or a line in the sand, that doesn't mean they're arbitrary, in my opinion. So we're likely up here to this naked high volume node and the naked VPOC, and boy, what a beauty that would have been off of this. I was standing here narrating this and discussed it, thought about it, and took discretion is the better part of valor here, when I would have been excellent. There would be 12 handles right there. So there's the double target. Yeah, it doesn't make me feel any better, but at least I did that. Well, let's see now. Well. Well, I don't know what's going on with my eyes, but I'm not happy about it. That's for sure. Maybe it must be the climate, just itching and going crazy here. Wow. As soon as this, get back out for another walk in the fresh air and the stuff as soon as this session's over. Yeah, so anyway, what a day, huh? What's the big picture? Well, there's the big picture. Yesterday, B. Today, P. In other words, they're just trading this market back and forth. I mean, long liquidation, short covering. You know, look at it. Down, back up. That's called trading. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down, right? So I'm going to skip the backtest story here for today. Sorry. I'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour and the market on close and balance. Then we'll be here tomorrow morning to do this again. Let's hope things get a good night's sleep and everything's better in the morning. They say. What's going on else? Let's see here. Tonight's that big hootenanny at the Congress. I have exactly no interest. It's pretty disappointing to know that 90% of what is said in a speech is going to be made up. I don't really understand how they justify that with themselves, you know? I understand how the guy doing the speaking justifies that. He's just, you know, maybe delusional or a little old or whatever else, but all the other people that are around him. I wonder if anybody would just ask him a straight up question. So, you know, all that was just said, or 80% of what was just said is not true. What do you say about that? I wonder if anybody does that. I don't know. Anyway, it won't affect me. And we'll see what effect it has on the markets. The big thing tomorrow that we're going to need to talk about here at the bottom of the hour, I will do so, is NVIDIA earnings are out tomorrow. Oh. Oh boy. So there we have it. It's the final curve. I don't know why this is doing this here. There's something going on I don't understand. Here. Some button has been pushed. Something's going on. I don't get it. Huh. To see what that button does here on. Oh, nothing. Okay. That's all it is. All right, cool. I figured, sorry about that. Something on my mixer there I didn't understand. I'm not exactly a sound engineer, shall we say. So here we are at the bottom of the hour. And we'll do the daily recap, which isn't much from my point of view. I hope you had a good day trading. I had a perfectly wonderful day because I didn't trade, and the system had a pretty good time from the looks of things. Yeah, there's our open. Trended all the way up. So it was context was definitely up, as I was pointing out a minute ago. It is yesterday was a B-shaped or long liquidation, and today is an up market short covering. So here you are. You know, it's just they're trading them. That's the market. They're trading them, and that's what they do the majority of the time. This is of course the IRT micro. Let's see what the system did today. Well, there you go. There are the 3 or 4 trades. Scratch. Full both targets. Full both targets. And a scratch. So that would be a fine day to have that ATM in the basement. This is, of course, not an ATM in the basement, and it is my back test system for the initial balance trades, which I push to this chart simply to graph the trades that are taken through the day on the live data within the IRT simulator. And boy, I expect soon to be able to be pushing these directly to the live market, and then I'll really know what's going on. So there we have it. We're at about $1.75 on the ATR. Volume is a little bit over. This is looking back 20 days. This is 100% volume for this at this time period, looking back over 20 days. So that's pretty much that. This is my IRT, which, you know, if you're not here in the pre-market, I start to stream every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Full pre-market setup, book map, IRT, analyze the overnight, what the expectations are for the day, review the news and reports, all of that ahead of the news, and determine the statistical open type for the day and set the statistics, or identify the statistics and log them in here for their associated price levels. So there you go. In IRT, in the header of all of these charts is the chart name, which is meaningless to you, the instrument, the periodicity, and the session. This is the micro ES, micro NQ. This is the ES, the mini market profile. I don't switch it back and forth to micro. It doesn't, I think it's a waste of time. And this is my micro composite chart, which is essentially my high time frame. This is RTH session only for the micro, E-mini micro, or the ES micros. These are 1 day candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes. Now these high and low volume nodes, represented by the red and green lines here, push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. Notice something about this. If you had to, I'm not good at drawing lines and stuff with IRT, but just imagine this line right here and this line right here. What is that doing? That's a funneling or a focusing. It's getting more narrow, higher or lower highs, and higher lows, basically. Focusing down. Something's going to happen here for too long. Okay, let's look at the news. My first news source is investing.com. You can filter it for anything you want. This is today. They only schedule and track normal economic numbers, calendar events, etc. Non-farm payroll, PMI, GDP, normal stuff. Now, this has been scheduled well in advance. This is in the schedule. This is at 8 o'clock tonight. It's the State of the Union. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying this is what they do. And one of the things I do like about them, about investing.com, the title of the event, you hover over it, it turns into a URL, and you can go find out all about that report or number or whatever it is you're interested in. We're also in earnings season now. And this is pretty, those are the earnings just for today. Now, tomorrow is going to be NVIDIA, the final Mag 7. I believe it's the last one, and that's going to be tomorrow afternoon. After the close. The little half moon here means after. Quarter moon is after the close. The bell is before the bell, or the sun. So that's going to be a big one to keep an eye on. Tomorrow, what do we have for earnings or numbers? Very, very limited. We've only got the crude oil inventory at 9:30. So essentially nothing in news tomorrow. That's pretty weird. Thursday, we've got initial jobless, Bowman speaking, continuing jobless claims, GDP. On Friday, PMI. That's not too much through the rest of the week, actually. PMI and GDP this is Canada, obviously. PMI. That's pretty much it, I guess. Okay, the other news source that I follow is Financial Juice. They have a similar kind of a calendar over here. And they have more of a squawk box on the right column. Now, both of these news sources are free. and that's why there's ads floating all over. My idea is that I try to keep any resource that I use here on the stream available for anybody without having to pay for it. If I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT because they're both paid programs. So there's that. Now, something that I appreciate about Financial Juice that differs from IRT, investing.com, is they will pull these things like Trump's executive time at 8 o'clock. Trump speaks at 11:30. Those weren't in the market. Those weren't in this calendar at 7:30 this morning or 7 o'clock this morning. They were pulled in as they occurred. And I appreciate that because these could be potential risk events for our auction. So I appreciate that. This is the Squawk Box, and this is where we're going to have the market on close orders at 1450. Now, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's been, I didn't take advantage of the trades because I was off. I have a lot of criteria in my trade plan, as I talk about every night, and I'll do it now, actually. The most important or the most critical tool you have in your trading office is you. Sitting on your side of the monitor, let's put it that way. And so many people, almost all of us, traders, I guess, spend a lot more time and focus on monitors and software and backtesting and mentoring and indicators and all this stuff. And stop and think about it. If your eyes take in all the data, your brain processes it all, and you use that to make financial decisions that affect your life and your family. Absolutely the most critical tool in your office is you. So you need to be sure you're well rested, hydrated, healthy, exercise, fit. Take care of your eyes, step away from the screens every couple hours, focus down the street, get some natural light and UV. It's really, really important if you're planning on having a career in this business or in anything in life. Today I wasn't real well rested, so I was on tilt a bit as far as that goes, and I was talking about that in the pre-market, in the prep, pre-market prep this morning, that I was going to be real cautious, and if any trades presented themselves that I saw clearly, I would take that. Otherwise, I was standing down, and I did. Very simple. It's just one day. There's about 250 trading days in a year. Oh, there you go. Now we will watch for the market on close imbalance over here. See how this is also lower highs, not going anywhere. It's perfectly normal that the market's in a bit of a hold here. 6 minutes for the market on close. Can't wait to get out and get in 4 or 5 miles here. Yeah, so 5 more minutes here. All right. A few seconds here. 10 seconds. See if we get any kind of a bump over here. Got a nothing burger. A little bit of a reaction here. Now we'll see what those numbers are when they pop up over here in financial use. Oh, there we go, baby. Look at that. 2,639,000,000 S&P contracts, 1,406,000 NASDAQ, 1,406,000,000 NASDAQ, 540 million Dow 30, and 357 million Screedle, Mag 7. Wow. I didn't probably show you that, but I probably should right there. 2,639,000,000 contracts. Still think they're chasing your stops? All right, well, there we go. So we'll take this into the close at the top of the hour, as every day. 7 hours on the stream. Start every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock with a pre-market and set everything up. Tomorrow should be all fit as a fiddle. Back to trading again. Tomorrow was a school run Wednesday, however, of course. Basically an hour, 9 to 10. No problems. Fun to do, actually. Only Mondays and Wednesdays. Yeah. The weather's pretty good. I hope it's good wherever you are. It's about 22°C here if you are a centigrade type, or that's about 70, I guess. Funny, it says 22°C is warmer than 62°F. I'm pretty sure. Well, anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, 22°C. I don't know. What do I know? I know it's not bad outside and I'm going to go for a nice long hike. Well, about 5 minutes here till the top of the hour. Cash close and wind up the stream. And about a minute and a half here. I'm going to do some stuff around the office until 1600. Shut down the system, switch over, and hit the door for that 3 to 5 miles. Boy, I'll be glad when I get to a good night rest on these eyes. Oof. There we have 15 seconds. Cash close. Okay. And that last minute VPOC migration. I haven't done that for a while that I've noticed, but that's definitely happening here. Now, typically, and this will be probably old news, but I typically always expect continuation in the ETH. Whenever we close, have a VPOC migration like that, close up at the highs, it's typically tells me we're going to have some continued movement in that direction on the RTH Open. However, we do have excess at the top. It's not a flat top. Excess, right? So, just keep an eye on that in case you're going to try to trade something. The State of the Union is this afternoon or this evening sometime or another, so that may or may not have, if you trade ETH, that might have some impact. I don't know. I do not know. All right, so there we have the session and the stream, and be sure that you take my advice to heart about taking care of yourself. Stay healthy, get some exercise, get away from the screens, and be back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for this pre-market. And thanks a lot for coming by. And I'm in it for the likes and subs, so I would really appreciate that.